Good evening, everyone. I'm going to go ahead and call the meeting to order. Thank you all for being here. And I will ask Jessica to lead us in a roll call.
Prior to roll call, we will have an announcement about interpretive services.
Good evening. Buenas tardes. Si hay alguien que esté necesitando escuchar esta sesión en español, pueden pasar a la mesa de atrás. Tenemos ahí los dispositivos para que puedan escucharla completamente en vivo. Gracias.
Thank you. And if anybody is in need of translation services, please just let us know before you, as you approach the podium. Just a reminder that today's meeting is being live streamed via YouTube, and now I will ask Sydney to conduct a roll call vote for us.
Carly Gergiolo. Present. Joanne Harris. Present. Josie Martinez.
Present.
Andrea Sanchez Muniz is absent. Marianne Valdez Hernandez. Here. Fernanda Cardenas. Here. Paul Stahl is absent. Marcy Ince is absent. Beth Graham. Here. Judy Cruz is absent. Jaspreet Kaur.
Present.
Board Chair, we have a quorum.
And we can update the record to reflect Judy Cruz's presence. Next, we will start with a silent meditation. So I invite all of you to just bring focus to the work that we have ahead of us today. Thank you. Thank you all for being here. Just a quick reminder to trustees to turn on your microphones so that we get good audio for those that may be listening on the live stream. And I'm also open to entertaining a motion for the approval of minutes. The minutes for the March 27th meeting were sent to you via email ahead of time, and they're also in your packet.
I move that we accept the minute as printed.
Thank you, Joanne. We have a first from Joanne and a second from Beth. Any comments or discussion about the minutes? And Sydney, can you lead us in a roll call vote? Well, we could actually do a voice vote, I think, right? There's nobody online. Yeah. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, thank you. Next, we will move to a period of public comments. And just a reminder, as form of process, those that are here in person will be permitted to give their public comments first, and then we will read the public comments that were submitted online. If you had intended to make public comments and did not sign a sheet that looks like this, please see Alma in the back of the room and we can get you signed up. I'm going to be calling the names in the order that they're listed here. So the first one is Jade Pacheco.
It's Jade Pacheco, but I understand it's spelled the same. No problem. So I'm going to be speaking on behalf of a fellow organization who could not be here. Dear members of the board of the San Antonio Public Library, I hope this message finds you well. I am writing to express sincere apologies for not being able to attend today's meeting. As many of you are aware, I work with the HIV community, and due to the nature of my work and commitment to clients, I regrettably could not be able to attend. However, I believe that my voice and concerns should still be heard and considered. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Rain Garcia, the founder of Unfiltered Wings, an advocate for the transgender and non-binary communities, as well as an HIV advocate. I'm reaching out to express my deep concerns regarding the funding for police measures at my beloved library. I firmly believe that allocating resources towards the police who may not be adequately trained to handle mental health situations is a decision that could potentially instill fear and unease within our community. The library is a sanctuary that's open to all, including those experiencing homelessness, seeking refuge, or utilizing resources to better their lives. Introducing officers without proper training in mental health could not only risk the safety of patrons, but also threaten to exclude and alienate marginalized groups, including the LGBTQ community. I implore the board to reconsider the potential repercussions of this decision. While safety and security is paramount, there are alternative solutions that can be explored to ensure the safety and well-being of all library visitors. Hiring police who are trained hiring security who are trained in de-escalation techniques and possess a more approachable demeanor can create a more welcoming environment where individuals feel at ease and supported. Our law enforcement may play a role in maintaining community safety and addressing real crime, but redirecting their focus here to the library redirecting their focus here does not serve our community. Let us work together to find a solution that upholds values of inclusivity, safety, and support the support that the library represents. I urge the board to reconsider the current approach and collaborate on finding a more suitable and effective security strategy that aligns with the principles of compassion and understanding. The library serves as a beacon of hope and opportunity for many, and it is essential that we preserve it as a safe haven for all. Thank you for attending to this matter and considering the impact of your decisions. Rain Garcia, founder of Unfiltered Wings. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pacheco, and I apologize for getting your name wrong. You did tell me that last time. The next person is Penny King.
Hello. My name is Penny King. I'm an East Side resident. I'm here again to comment on the pilot program to install armed cops in the Central Library. I'm once again sure you guys are used to seeing me, and I'm sure y'all are used to me saying that I'm dissatisfied and disappointed with this decision. I think San Antonio as a city definitely has a chance to choose different pathways for its community members, and it's frankly embarrassing that you are not taking them. The police officers in this city, time and time again, are given power over communities that they have historically abused without any accountability. That accountability cannot come from ignoring the deeper issue and throwing money and quick fixes at it. Money is a temporary fix, and this decision has the potential to continue isolating communities we already routinely throw away. Once again, you have the potential to choose a different pathway for your community, and you have continuously not taken it. Without forward thinking for change and sustainability, your positions are being rendered to no more than a public accountant. Your continued ignorance of this issue shows how out of touch you are to the real issues of your communities. I question why we feel complex issues can be solved so simply. We know the facts and statistics. I know my colleagues and other folks have shared them here. And we have seen the ways installing police in public spaces have negatively affected other cities and ours, both in community mentality and progress. We will focus on the same issue time and time again until the people who have the resources, that would be you, decide to actually change their reaction to the problem. I'm again disappointed with this decision to put armed cops here. And I mean, look at it this way, and this is coming from my sneak peek at y'all's food today. If y'all were ordering from La Madeleine for every single board of trustees meet and someone kept getting sick, like so sick that you may remember that feeling almost every time you smell or taste it again, so sick that you may say no every time y'all talk about eating it, would you just tell them to deal with it just because getting sick doesn't matter to you? Or would you maybe try and find another place to eat? Maybe give them a few options. This is what we are asking of you. And just to speak on the privilege you hold, I used to work at La Madeleine. I would most likely just be leaving my job to bus home. It is a privilege to be here and make decisions like this. It is a privilege to be able to make it here to voice your concerns as a citizen. I am lucky to have had community and public resources to be where I am today. Acknowledge your power and privilege in your spaces. At this point, I feel like I'm running out of ways to tell you that these decisions ripple. I am asking you to stop this program. Thank you.
Next is Mauricio Madrazo.
Good afternoon. My name is Mauricio Madrazo. I am currently a student at UTSA that will be majoring this May in public administration and policy. I am one of the many community members that have spoken alongside Act for SA against the policing of our communities, the policing of our libraries, by extension, the policing of unrepresented individuals within the city of San Antonio. A program that is supposed to provide support and safety for the community should always have constant community input to determine two things. One, the need for such a program, and two, the effectiveness of said program. Before being proposed to the board, the addition of police officers into the Central Library was not discussed with community members or any leaders that truly represent marginalized communities within the city of San Antonio. In fact, when introducing this idea back in October, the board recognized that the idea would be extremely controversial and could upset community members that have access to the Central Library on a constant basis. The board has ignored the community's concerns about what the policy of policing a beautiful third space means and what the end result could look like within the city of San Antonio. The mere presence of weapons in the library increases the likelihood of violence. Studies have shown that Latinos and the Black community are significantly more likely to experience violence from police officers. Immigrants and undocumented people have previously been significant targets to police violence, and this has been escalated, especially with legislation passed, such as Texas's Senate Bill 4, which allows police officers to profile immigrants and arrest them if they are undocumented within any part of the state of Texas. These aren't just hypotheticals. Policing library policies that have happened in New Jersey, Boston, and Ohio have resulted in law-abiding citizens being faced with the violence of police officers. The library is a place of knowledge, love, and gathering. It is a sacred place where students can come to check out books and further their education. It is a space where the houses of San Antonio can obtain life-changing resources. It is a space where the community can gather to listen to concerts centered around Shakespeare Appreciation Day. It is a space where everyone belongs. The community understands wanting to make sure that a space in which everyone belongs will be safe and secure. What we don't understand is why we would outsource this to the San Antonio Police Department, which has jeopardized the trust and safety of the community time and time again. Why is it that we trust a police force that rehires 2/3 of its officers who are fired by the department through arbitration? Why is it that we trust a police force whose union will not only fight tooth and nail to reinstate violent police officers, but that will also allow officers that would eventually shoot citizens such as Eric Cantu, who was just in his car eating a cheeseburger when a police officer fired upon him? You know what does make sense, though? Working with the community, you're supposed to
Time
correct
is
it.
elapsed.
Thank you.
Next is Gabby, I think it's Bogran or Bograin.
My name is Gabriela Bogran. It's nice to meet you all. I am a San Antonio citizen here, and I'd like to keep my statement short, because I'm rather short. But I don't agree with having the SAPD involved in our libraries. I don't believe it is a good asset, and I would encourage to really think on overturning this. Thank you.
Thank you. And next is E. Rusty.
Hi, good afternoon. It's Eliud, and no worries, I write kind of ugly, so I understand if you can't read it. I also wanted to second the opinions of others that have come up before me. I was not privy to this pilot program. As was mentioned, I had no prior knowledge of it. I didn't hear about any community forums or events or anything like that going on to discuss the process. I just, again, wanted to advocate for similar things that were mentioned before me. I think that I spend a lot of time in libraries. I love this place. It's a place that's very dear to me. I spent some time over at the Carver Library on the east side where I reside. It's a place where I feel safe, I feel free, and I see all the benefits that it brings to the city, particularly to a lot of our unhoused folks, the population, and again, the Black and brown communities. And so my kind of question is if this type of programming continues to be approved and implemented in the city services, where is it going to stop? Are we just going to put cops in the parks where kids are playing on the playground? We already have them in our schools, right? So I just want to know where is that going to stop? I would also be very interested to see any data that's relating to the decision behind this. Like I said, I've spent many times in libraries, and I've never witnessed any crime, any violent occurrence, anything like that, where I could see a police officer preventing that from happening, an unarmed police officer. And beyond that, I don't know of many cases where police actually prevent something from happening, but rather respond to something that has already happened. And lastly, I will just say, again, I think this puts people's safety more at risk rather than promoting the safety, especially with policies related to immigration and stop and frisk kind of practices that just with a police officer being present in the library, libraries offering so many resources to at-risk populations, I don't see that contributing to those services being provided. So I just wanted to, again, express my disapproval and thank you to those who came before me and enlightened me to this issue. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we'll list, Sydney, will you be reading the online? Okay, thank you. So next, we'll have online comments that were submitted online read out loud.
Is referencing agenda item 1. The library does not need untrained big ego cops. Keep them away. The solution is not to add more guns to the community. Guns create more harm, and cops due to conducting violence. The second one is from Sky Lenahan, referencing agenda item 1. Police should not be in our libraries if you want people to feel safe. Houseless people are going to need an escape from the heat in summertime, especially when the temperatures can be over 110 degrees downtown on the pavement. If you talk to a lot of people, especially those whose access to a public library space is essential for survival, you will find cops do not make many of these people feel safe. Who then are we protecting and keeping safe if not the most vulnerable? When cops are in the library, a public space, it's signaling to the public that the property and the employees are worth more than the patrons of the library, who the library is supposed to be for. I'm not saying the staff isn't deserving of respect and safety. Everyone is deserving of this, and no one should have to feel unsafe at work. There are community-oriented solutions to keeping staff and patrons safe, but involving cops who only know how to escalate mental health crisis situations is not the way. Talk to your community. We're begging to be heard. The third comment is from Ananda T., referencing agenda item 4. If there are patrons and staff who feel unsafe around law enforcement, Why even consider including police as in the library's community space? The library will not be able to stop cops from arresting people. The library will not be able to stop cops from racially profiling people if SB 4 goes into effect. The library will not be able to stop officers from being rude to patrons or demeaning. They will not be able to stop incidents like in Lakewood, where a teenage girl was asked to leave for having her headphones playing too loud, being told to shut the blank up, then being grabbed by the neck, shoved into a library cart, and having her jaw broken. A teenager. Police failure to stop, interrupt, or transform violence is no accident. Policing has never been about preventing violence. It has been about fabricating and maintaining order by using violence, directly and indirectly, to control and contain racialized and gendered populations of people in service of a capitalist economic order. Police have only upheld racist practices and laws through the years. They will only continue to do the same for years to come. Racist policies do not belong in our libraries. We will not stop speaking up, and we will not stop protesting until you keep cops out of our one last truly free and safe space that is our libraries. No justice, no peace. Comment number 4 is from Ed Munez, referencing agenda item 4. The concept of having any sort of weapon with the ability to harm or kill your fellow human being in a place of peace and learning is not only anti-productive, but an offense to the sanctity of a supposed institute of learning. We as a community cannot allow things like these to go unnoticed.
Thank you, Sydney. And I understand we have one additional public comment that was actually left with our voice message system on March 25th, but was accidentally omitted from our last March 27th board meeting. So I will ask Edward to play that voice message for us.
We need to provide an alternative measure from the cold and the heat. SAPD is no answer to our citizens who use our library. My number is 210-760-5673. Thank you.
Confirming there was no other voice messages received. Okay. So that concludes the public comments. In a moment, the interim library director is going to share an update on the status of the SAPD pilot program and its plans for evaluation. I'm actually going to hold the report from the library chair, which is the next agenda item, so that Kathy, you can deliver your report, and then we'll come back to item number 2, which is the report from the library board chair, and agenda item number 3, which is reports from trustees regarding library-related activities. We're just going to go a little out of order so that Kathy can address some of the feedback.
Thank you. So good evening, everyone. So just a couple of background pieces of information to refresh on how the pilot started, why the pilot started, and then to give a brief update to the board about where we go from here. So you have some information about what to expect going forward. So as you'll recall, the pilot started on November 13th, 2023. The idea was that while for the decades I've been here, we've always had police respond to acute incidents. We had seen a pattern of incidents in 2023 that was very, very troubling. So in 2023, the fiscal year, 12-month period, we had 18 assaults occur at the Central Library. So needless to say, the number one priority of the library system is to provide a central library that is safe and welcoming to everyone. So to see this increase in assaults at the Central Library was something that we needed to address in some fashion. So of course, we've always had in place the de-escalation tactics the staff use every day, as well as our in-house and contract security officers who have a detail here at the Central Library during our public hours. We kept those things in place, but we also introduced this idea of doing a pilot program in coordination with the San Antonio Police Department to have a limited presence of uniformed officers on site for about 10 hours a week was the goal, periodically on days and times where we have some peak activity happening. So we went ahead and implemented that back in on November 13th. The idea was to do this pilot program for a period of 6 months. So that's one of the reasons why I wanted to give an update today, because we are coming up to that 6-month mark. So the date that will conclude is May 13th, 2024. So as planned, we will at that point pause the pilot to do an evaluation of it, which I know has been a lot of the input is, how is this working? What's the data that shows that this is a need? Just one more piece of background before I go on to kind of next steps. We wanted to do this in response directly to incidents, to these violent incidents that were occurring at Central. But while the police are on this detail that they sign up for these shifts, of course they work in tandem with the library staff. So whenever something happens on site where we feel that the police need to be involved with it, whether we're calling them because they aren't on site at the moment or they're on site as part of this pilot, that is driven by the library staff engaging them for assistance and coordinating the response with them. So that is how we handle all the incidents at the library. It's through the library staff team engaging with their resources and taking appropriate, action in response to the incident. So moving forward, once we get to the point at which we'll pause the pilot for evaluation, which again is May 13th, 2024, we will be engaging with UTSA, the School of Social Work, to do a project that in part will evaluate this pilot. So we felt it was very important to get some professional resources that are familiar with this issue and topic to assist with that evaluation. So we're putting together with UTSA a scope of work for that evaluation, and we'll provide some transparency on what's being considered as that evaluation goes forward. So that project with UTSA is being done with the help of our City Office of Innovation as well. And this is through a contract that the city has with UTSA to do this type of assessment work and to help with these types of resources. The assessment, I'll just keep it general because we're still putting together the details of this, but the assessment will be both qualitative and quantitative and is, based in research methods. So it should deliver to us a very good product in terms of all the aspects that should be looked at for the pilot evaluation. This will require some time. So again, once the pilot program is paused for evaluation in May, we will need a few months to conduct this project with UTSA, and then what we expect to do is bring back to the board an item to share with you the results. Of course, all of the input that's been given we will share it as an input into that project so that it can be documented and considered too as part of this evaluation. So we wanted to share with you that update.
The community deserves to be part of that, not just an institution. We deserve to be part of the process and know what your metrics are for measuring the success of this program.
So I'll ask audience members to refrain from interjecting here, but I do want to ask Kathy, can we pause for a moment and see if trustees have any
Absolutely, yes.
on this first part of your director's report. Any questions for Kathy? Could you turn your mic on, please?
Is that good? Okay. So the pilot ends May 13th, and it's going to take 2 months to work with UTSA. So between 5/13 and when that study is done, will it go back to normal? Like June and July, will the library go back to normal?
Right, so a couple of things. One is it probably will take more than 2 months for UTSA to do the assessment, so we would think it would be more like end of summertime when we come back to the board. But yes, when we hit that 6-month mark, the pilot will be discontinued for the period of time that we're doing the evaluation.
I wanted to make that same clarification because I know you used the term pause, but the pilot, we approved a 6-month pilot, and that will come to
That's
completion.
correct.
And my second question is, I think it's great to work with the Office of Innovation and UTSA to do this needs assessment. Is what I would love to see from a policy aspect of that is public feedback and community engagement, and then also a public forum for that team. I assume it'll be like a team from UTSA and the Innovation Department, and probably members of the library staff as well. So it'll be like a mixed team there coming together and also doing like a public readout of the research. So it's not just presented here, but also community members have an opportunity to ask more about the.
Absolutely. So part of the work that will be done is gathering that input, and then we can also do, as you're suggesting, which is basically reflect that back to the community publicly.
Yeah, do a readout. Okay, great. Yeah.
I hope this is not too obvious, but the on-staff and contract security will remain serving as before, I assume.
Yes.
Any other questions for Kathy on this portion of the director's report? Okay, you want to move on to the next item? Sure. Okay.
So the next part of my report is I wanted to invite Christina Hernandez from the City Attorney's Office to share with you some updates on 2 different legal matters that are kind of in the spotlight right now in a library context. So Christina was going to share some information with.
Good evening, trustees. Christina Hernandez, Assistant City Attorney. The first update is relevant. SB 4, just giving a little bit of background, some additional context. So SB 4, which was passed last year, makes unauthorized border crossings a criminal offense in the state of Texas and allows police to question and arrest anyone they believe has illegally entered Texas through Mexico and is without legal immigration status. The United States filed a federal lawsuit against the state of Texas seeking to enjoin the enforcement of SB 4. After a U.S. Supreme Court order and Fifth Circuit order, SB 4 continues to be enjoined and is not in effect. It is likely that this case will go before the United States Supreme Court for a ruling. Regarding SB 4, SAPD has said that the department will, quote, comply with the law, but do not expect to make any substantive changes to SAPD policy or practice. Procedure 618.11 of the SAPD General Manual outlines the department's immigration policy, which in part states, quote, national origin, immigration status, ethnicity, or race are not a basis for an arrest, and officers will not base any arrest on those factors, and officers will not detain or arrest any individual based on the fact or suspicion that they are in the United States illegally. All this to say that SAPD officers who are working in coordination with library staff as part of the safety pilot program follow the SAPD General Manual. The other item is about HB 900, which is you will probably recall, is also known as the Reader Act. It was a bill that would have required booksellers to rate books for sexually relevant or sexually explicit material and recall and bar the sale of those books to schools. In January, as you might remember, a 3-judge panel of the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals ruled major parts of that bill were unconstitutional and blocked it from going into effect. The latest update is that on April 16th, the full panel of the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals declined to reconsider that prior ruling, so that's very good news. This leaves the Texas Attorney General with an option to appeal to the U.S. Supreme Court. However, it's unlikely that the court will agree to hear that case.
Just to get a clarifying question, that Readers Act, they voted against it, right? Basically not allowing it to put into practice. So that means that for Molly Pruitt, which is a co-located branch with the school, the separation of collection and all is not necessary, or maybe this is a question for Dale, but, or is what does that mean for like the school? Is that less work for them to make changes in how they were?
It leaves the responsibility on the school district. The part of the bill that they did not strike down was basically creating guidelines and rules for school library collections. So it will vary from district to district. But in general, there will not be any effect on booksellers having to recall those books from school libraries. So with Molly Pruitt, the books that are there are there. And it'll just depend on how the school district formulates its collection policy.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Christina on either of her updates? Okay, thanks.
So a couple of other announcements as part of the director's report. The Cody Branch Library will be celebrating its 40th anniversary on May 11th, 2024 at 10:30 a.m. So of course, we'd all love to see you there for the Cody Branch Library 40th anniversary. Again, that's May 11th, 2024 at 10:30 a.m. We also received some excellent news for the Las Palmas Branch Library bond project. Our fantastic foundation under the leadership of Amy Hone. You are fantastic, Amy Hone. Secured a $250,000 gift for the Las Palmas project for the naming of the plaza. Yay. So this is a wonderful addition of funding, much-needed funding, as you know, for the Las Palmas Branch project. Also, based on the work of our internal group led by Jessica Zurita, we've secured a federal appropriation of $135,000 for the Las Palmas project for the Learn Center construction. So that, again, will benefit the branch project, the bond project. And so what we will be doing next, because we previously had to value engineer some items and of course received feedback from the community that obviously people were very disappointed that we had to remove some scope from the project, we'll be revisiting what we can add back and getting some input about that from the community at a special community meeting on May 15th at 6:30 p.m. at the Memorial Branch Library. So at that meeting, we'll share again those items that had to be value engineered out, and then we'll get some input against a staff recommendation of what we can do with the $385,000 that's been added to the project. So we're very, very happy about that. Also, as you know, we've in the last couple years, done staff in-service training days. This is similar in concept to what the school districts do when the teachers go to school and the students don't, and then you do development. So we will be having our next staff in-service day on Friday, May 10th. This means that we'll operate on a modified schedule that day, and the library locations will be closed between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m., and then the library locations will be open to the public that day from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. I hope I didn't say that in a confusing way. Did that make sense? Okay. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you, Kathy. I think it's great that you all continue to do those in-service days because that ongoing training is very important.
The day and time for the Las Palmas public
15th.
information?
Yes, that's right, May 15th. Oh, May 15th at 6:30 p.m., and it'll be at the Memorial Branch. So May 15th, 6:30 p.m. at Memorial Branch.
Okay, and Trustee Hernandez will tell her friends so they can be sure to come and share their updates and feedback. A quick report from me. I attended the San Antonio Book Festival on April 13th at Central Library. That was a wonderful event. There was so many sessions that I wanted to go to, and I saw many of you there, and you all complained about the same problem. Like, how do you get two places at the same time, which I think is a fantastic problem to have at a book festival. So I just want to thank Lily and her team for everything that they did, and to all the staff that came out and was helping to host folks in and around Central Library. I think it was really evident how much improvement continues to happen with the organization of the book festival. And I had an opportunity to visit with Amy from the foundation and from John, from our friends. They were both working very hard, but that was wonderful. So thank you both as well for everything that you do. I also attended a meeting with our assistant city manager, and we'll provide more of an update on the Bexar County ILA later in the agenda. So now I'll open it up to trustees who'd like to share any library-related activities. Start with Marcy.
Hello. First, I want to say I'm really cold in here. Is anybody else? I'm freezing. Can we turn down the air conditioner, please? I had a wonderful time at the book festival. It never fails. This probably was one of the best ones because of the weather. I mean, I've been out there when it's been beastly hot, so hot that people left. But this one, the weather was nice, and to me, it looked like the biggest crowd. I can't say that for sure, but it looked like the biggest crowd I've ever seen there. I have to agree, the biggest problem with the book festival, there's too many good sessions. And you sometimes have to cut one a little short to get to the next one. But the exposure you get gives you enough fuel for the mind and the soul to kind of keep you going for a while. So it's a very important event. I know it's a lot of work. I can only imagine how complicated that is to put together. All of that, plus the breakfast, plus the lunch, and but anyway, I want to congratulate. I'm sure it was a big success. And the other thing I just want to say real briefly, we had a little gathering at my house for a friend's daughter who was getting married, and I needed some fiesta music, so I went to Parman Library and checked out mariachi music. And a lot of people don't realize all the resources that we have, and so I think it was so nice. And so I appreciate all the libraries does for us. Thank you.
Thank you. I unfortunately was not able to attend on April 13th, but I do hear that it was a wonderful event. And of course, a huge thank you to the staff and to everyone that puts it together. It is hard work, and your hard work does not go unnoticed, so thank you.
I also attended the book festival, and I would like to also congratulate the book festival staff and volunteers. I realize that this is a matter of personal opinion, but I have to say that I thought this year's lineup was the best yet. It was outstanding, and every session that I attended was interesting. I also participated in the Facilities Committee meeting and the ad hoc committee for selecting a new library director meeting, and that's my report.
I also attended the book festival, and it was dynamic. It's always nice, but for me, it was the best that I've gone to, and especially the weather was wonderful. And I got to go to about 3 or 4 sessions, so it was really nice. Some of the things that I did is I was able to go to the mayor's State of the City's message, and that was remarkable and nice to hear those type of things. I also went to some of the friends from the Carver Library. We were invited to the Texas Library Association Black Caucus, and they had a mixer, and it was dynamic. They had the author was wonderful. Then they had a storyteller, and it was just, I just really enjoyed it. I also went to the Friends of the Carver, also partnership with the Carver Community Center, and they presented, and also the San Antonio International Black Film Association. I'm trying to think all those initials, but and they had Mr. Browden, and he's a specialist with African contributions to civilization from Africa to America, and that was on Friday night. And then on Saturday morning, it was at the Carver Library, and they had a documentary from this person, and it was called Global Assignment, which I was very happy. And I mean, it was at least 70 people packed into that conference room, and so it was good.
Excuse me. I also went to the book festival, and I attended 2 sessions at the Latino Collection Resource Center, and they were amazing. Oh my goodness, I had such a good time. Also, I went to my, not mine, but the Bazan Library and for a visit, and also Memorial Library twice. So that's it.
I too attended the book festival on the 13th, had such a great time. We took my son, and he thought it was the most fun that he could yell on the 3rd floor. He was probably the loudest kid in there. So sorry to those librarians that were present that day, but he had an amazing time. So it was exciting to see his love, and he picked books out from the bus, so it was really exciting. Thank y'all.
Well, I got around to a lot of things this month. On April 5th, I helped set up Macrila's book sale with all of my friends there, the Friends of Macrila's. Had a great time. I know it was very successful. On April 6th, I was at Viva Poesia at Mission Marquee, and Terry Ibanez is the president of the Friends there, and she had all kinds of art activities going on. But most exciting is that Dr. Carmen Tafoya was there, and I go all fangirl with her, and I turn into a babbling idiot when I'm in her presence, and she's just like so loving and so, but anyway, she was preoccupied because one of the activities was that they had these like 10 internationally known chefs, and they were cooking right there in front of you, and her task was to write a poem about, I don't know if it was menudo or something that they were cooking, one of the cooks was cooking, so she was like all into writing this poem, and I'm just there with my mouth open watching her create. As the food was being created, it was just like so neat. I was at the book festival. I wasn't able to spend all day there, but I took advantage of the little tienditas, and I picked up this cool T-shirt there, which is the periodic table of tacos. I took it home and showed my biochemist husband. He rolled his eyes, but he chuckled, so he appreciated it as well. It was a fun month.
So I was able to attend the State of the City, the Mayor's State of the City, on April 8th. And what was interesting about that is that he focused on his Ready to Work initiative. And I see on the agenda we do have a presentation on Learn at SAPL, which kind of goes hand in hand. And I think that's super helpful because, you know, that's kind of what he talked about job training and things like that. So that was very interesting. And then on April 13th, I went to the book festival. Went to 4 sessions, but I have to say my favorite session, which I don't know if they've had in the past, was the Illustrator Sketch-Off, which is where they had these illustrators in the children's section, and my children didn't even go with me that time. This time. I really enjoyed that. It was so much fun. My dear friend was one of the illustrators, and I was just like, it was a blast watching that happen. I also enjoyed giving out medals to library lovers, so that was really fun. And I think that's about it.
So you all had a very busy month, and I love to hear about all of that, so that's wonderful. Next, we have the budget report for March. Gabby?
Hi, good afternoon, board members and board chair. Happy Fiesta. Was able to go to an event last night, so it's fresh on my mind. I'm going to just give you a quick review of the library's operating budget, which is printed on the green pages in front of you. So as of the end of March, 50% of the fiscal year had elapsed, and we were at 50% spent. So we're right in line and on track with our spending. You'll notice in some cases on some of the categories we're ahead of schedule, particularly contractual services. This is going to be mainly due to the annual payments that we make up front of the fiscal year that are for the entire year. And then some of the categories are going to be behind schedule, and that one is mainly going to be capital outlay. That takes a lot more time to plan and order and receive in those items. So I just wanted to point out that that's normal and there's no concern. Also, there are some accounts that are under budget, some accounts that are over budget. Absolutely normal. Our budget control is at the department level. So that is something that's acceptable. And with the mid-year adjustment, we will be lining up our account budgets with the actual spending for the fiscal year. That's my report, but if y'all have any questions, I'd be happy to take them.
Any questions for Gabby? Thank you, Gabby. Oh, sorry, next, a report from the Executive Committee, and the committee did meet on April 16th to set this agenda. Number 7 is a report from the Advocacy Committee. Judy? Okay, thank you. Number 8 is a report from the Budget Committee. Joanne?
The Budget Committee did meet on April the 3rd, and a staff will be given the report.
Haley Holmes, Interim Assistant to the Director. So as Joanne said, the committee met on Wednesday, April 3rd, and during that meeting, Kathy gave an update on program efficiencies related to the budget and explained what efficiencies are and how we were to come up with 3 efficiencies to submit to the city, and she'll be talking about that later in this meeting. I then gave a review of the results of the board prioritization exercise that you all did last month in that very long meeting. Thirdly, Gabby talked about upcoming milestones on the budget calendar. And so, of course, we're getting into the middle of budget season, and there are a lot of different things that happen. And I know Kathy will also be talking about things that will affect you all in the future. And finally, Kathy talked about the next steps with regards to the budget and how at the next budget committee meeting, we'll be bringing the 5-year forecast to you all. And as I said, Kathy will be talking more about the budget later in this meeting.
Questions for Haley or Joanne? Okay, thank you. Next, we have a report from the Facilities Committee. Andrea is not here, but I believe they met. Mark, you're going to provide us an update of the meeting from April 10th?
Good afternoon. Yes. We had no action items, but we do have a few project updates to go over. Let's see if we can. So the first one is the Las Palmas Bond Project, which Kathy briefed a little bit on some additional resources that we're getting. The project, we closed the branch on March 20th, 2023, and we have interim service being provided over at Our Lady of Lake University. We do have a public art component, and the Library Board of Trustees will be approving, will be a part of that public art design process. We'll have the District 5 representative on the selection committee for the artist. We do have additional funding that we're going to be talking about, so we can go into that. We do have a public meeting coming up on May 15th, which we will be going over some of the value engineering items that Kathy had mentioned earlier. So here's a few pictures. We've got a lot of furniture in the building now. We actually had the collection delivered to the site last week. It's all boxed up still, but it's on site now. So we've got a few nice pictures to show here. Nice carpeting going on there, and furniture's all in place. So we're going to start making that look nice while we're waiting on the Phase 2 portion to be complete. The Brook Hollow parking lot expansion is moving forward. That is a Public Works managed project. It is going to be constructed by Easy Bell Construction. They are going to be expanding the parking lot onto the adjacent empty lot next to Brook Hollow. So we're going to be adding 45 new parking spaces for a total of 106 parking spaces for that location. That project is going to start on June 3rd, so we're going to wait till after school and after voting is complete. So we'll start that on June 3rd, and it will be complete by September 30. And as you can see, we've got this parking space going in over here. We're going to be making a few adjustments to some of the ADA parking spots over here so we can maintain the proper number. And then we are going to also include infrastructure for an EV station to be put right here for electric vehicles. That will be funded later on. The actual parking stations themselves will be funded later on through the Office of Sustainability. The SEMS branch library patio foundation improvement, that's moving forward. So this is to remove and replace the damaged patio hardscape and landscape that's been kind of sinking into the ground of late the last couple of years. We're going to improve drainage and irrigation. How we're going to do that, so we've got 3 areas that are of concern. The big part is this back patio area here, but we also have a couple areas in the front that have some drainage issues, which we're going to also address as part of this project. The part in the back is the main area that we're really working on because we've got some serious settling going on. As you can see, we've got some major cracking going on, and these steps are actually separating from the sidewall there. So we're going to get in there and fix all that. We are going to come up with a little innovative solution that our consultants have presented, and that is to provide some AstroTurf in some areas where we can help control the drainage a little bit better. So that's it's a long life and durability on this product, and so that's going to enhance the area quite a bit. We're going to keep some plantings in the area, so it still remains the natural look. We're going to limit the amount of man-made materials as much as possible, but we are going to kind of consolidate that a little bit to bring in to improve the drainage. So this way. The Bazan Branch Library re-roofing project, that's actually going to start on April 29th. Next Monday, we're going to close that location. That project is expected to last 4 to 6 weeks. Obviously, it's a roofing project, so it's going to be heavily dependent on weather. So we'll keep our fingers crossed that the rain doesn't hit us too bad like it did when we did the Collins Garden roof. Remember, we had a couple-week delay on that for for the start of it. So we do have 4 locations that we're going to be letting our patrons know they go to, Central Library, San Pedro, Collins Garden, and Memorial. The Holds pickups will be going to Collins Garden, so people will be staying in the same district to get their books. The Central Library Texana Bond project, that's moving along. It's been a long process because we've had some funding issues with that, but it started back in the spring of 2019, as you know, with the bond project, and then in May of 22, you guys approved the library, the design of the project. City Council approved a construction contract also in June. We closed the Texana location in spring of 2023 on April 1st, and we moved them into an interim site on the first floor at Central Library. And May 2nd, they are scheduled to take, the City Council is expected to take construction action on the construction contract for the remainder of that project, and then we can get moving forward on that once that is approved. The Johnson Branch Library HVAC project, that's another one that's moving forward. We have a target date of May 20th. We're still working through some logistics on that, but that's what we're looking at to close that branch. Back in March of 24, March 27th of 24, the Library Board authorized the interim library director to establish the closure date for that location. We will have a communication plan ready to go once we finalize that date. And that's it for my report. There's also the construction report is in the in your packet if you have any other questions, and if you have, I'll entertain any questions about any other projects or the ones we went over if you have anything.
I have one question. Could you go back to the Brook Hollow?
Yep.
And maybe I can, well, I won't look for the packet right now. Go back one. I was just curious about the dollar amount for that. And this was all public funding?
I'm sorry, the
792 was all public funding? There was
yes,
no?
that was a CI capital improvement project that was funded in 2023, yes.
Okay, thank you.
And
any other questions? Yeah, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's what I was going to say. Any other questions?
Okay.
Joanne's first.
No, I thank you for the report by putting it by districts. That's very helpful.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
I believe, is it Johnston that's going to be closed for so long because you have to have the climate control in place before you can do the other work? Is that, do I have that right?
Correct, yes, that's a 2-part process, yeah.
What, and I'm sure you're not the person to ask this, but this seems like the place to, or the time to ask it. What are we doing about summer reading for Johnston?
Summer reading is not, well, Dale, I'll let you.
Well, it is going to be a challenge. We are going to have interim service for Johnston at a Parks location, and when we've done that in the past, we've been able to coordinate having some programs in the park with the Parks as well, which of course Parks has a great summer program as well, and we found in some of our other long closures that we've been able to coordinate together, and some of our regular patrons get introduced to Parks programs that they didn't know about, then we're able to have library programs as well. It won't be the same as the library being open, of course, but it'll be more than nothing. And then, of course, some people prefer just to go to another branch library.
Is it Johnston that had, that was like a 12-week project, or?
The Johnston, that's going to be probably a 16 to 18 week closure, yeah. Yeah, because we have the interior renovation after the HVAC project, yes.
And do we have any updates on that? Like what the potential start date for the HVAC will be?
Probably, we're looking at a target date of May 20th, yes.
That's the, that's the
for the
date.
HVAC, yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
that is.
And that, we expect that to take 8 to 10 weeks, and then we'll roll right into the carpet replacement and painting of the interior.
Thank you.
Questions? Thank you.
Report from the naming committee, Josie? Thank you. Next, report from the ad hoc board policy committee. Paul is not here, but I was informed that the committee did meet on April 4th, 2024, and we have an item on the agenda. Was anyone going to give, Dale, was there any other update, or does that cover it? Okay, thank you. Next is a report from the Ad Hoc Executive Search Committee. Judy?
We did meet on March 28th and April 11th, and we have an action item later on that we're going to.
Next is a report from the San Antonio Public Library Foundation. Amy, our hero of the month. More than a month, but definitely a month.
Yeah, this has been a big year. We've either paid out or committed about $731,000 so far, and it's only April. Well, we were also...
And no one has climbed a building yet.
That's right, that's right. No one's climbed, no one's gone down, no one's, but we figure the more we give you at the beginning, the more people feel like they need to go. So we were also at the book festival. Some of you saw us with our literacy caravan, and we gave away 2,000 books and 2,000 snacks. And the thing that's notable about that, because last year we gave away 3,500 books, but last year, because we had so many books, at the beginning of the day, we were letting people take as many books as they wanted. So this year, because we did run out last year, this year we were very judicious about one book per person. Our sign even made it onto the news. One book per person, please. So we're fairly certain that the caravan saw about 2,000 people that day. So that was great for us. We love to be out there and network with teachers, and we talk to people about going to see their schools in the next school year. We are wrapping up our school year with the 12 caravan schools that we have for this year. In May, we do just an absolutely crazy thing. Instead of seeing the second graders, which is what we've been doing for the last couple of years, we go for a whole day to each of the 12 schools, and we try to see the whole school. So with some of the schools, they're too big and we can't do that, but we try and see at least first, second, third, fourth, as many kids as we possibly can. So May for our literacy caravan team is just berserk. It's just crazy, but we love it. And the kids who were jealous all year long when we were seeing their second grade friends, they get to come on and get a book and a couple of snacks and see the caravans. So that is wrapping up. And news for next year, next school year will be to come. We plan that out over the summer, and so we'll let you guys know where we're going. But we do intend to continue with our at least one school in every city council district model, because that's worked out pretty well for us this year. We do have our literacy luncheon that is focusing on early literacy, which is coming up in 11 days. That's Sunday, May 5th at the Whitty Museum, and we will hear from best-selling children's author Adam Rubin, who just, I believe yesterday, released his new book, which we already have and we've already read. It's called The Truth About the Couch. It's very cute. He's most well known for Dragons Love Tacos. So that's the theme of our luncheon, and we were able, through the generosity of some of our board members donating back some of their tickets, we have donated 23 seats for children's and teen librarians to join us on that day, and it should be a really great time. Adam is super funny, so I think it'll be a really good luncheon. Then on May 15th, which obviously Kathy and I didn't talk before we scheduled two important things on May 15th. We are having our Over the Edge sponsor and participant kickoff cocktail party at our offices. And that will be a chance for our big sponsors to really just ask some questions, since nobody's ever heard of Over the Edge before, and other than me talking about it nonstop for the last 30 days, people have a lot of questions. And I know at the last meeting I said I couldn't tell you where we were. I know some of you may have heard, but so it is officially official. On September 21st, we will be rappelling off the Thompson Hotel, the side that looks towards Central. So as people come down, they will be able to see the Central Library, and we may be doing something here so people can watch. That's all to be determined, but we're super excited about it, and really everybody's so excited. I keep having to back people off because we have this luncheon, which is also very important to us and also a fundraiser for us. So we're trying to hold people off because the excitement is so high about Over the Edge that we're like, let us get through the luncheon and then we'll hard launch after that. But if you're dying to sign up, we do have the website up and you can sign up. So it's sort of a soft launch right now. And then as soon as the luncheon is done, you'll start really seeing our promotion for that. On Wednesday, July 17th, is our Board Builder Bus Tour. I know a couple of you have been on that with us in the past. It is the 3 or 4 year plan for our board to visit every single library branch. And so in July, we all get on a bus at lunchtime and we visit 4 library branches. So it's a lot of fun. If any of you want to join us, just shoot me an email and we can include you on the list, box lunch and all that kind of stuff. But it's a really great way for our board to see all of the different libraries. And so this year we are visiting Tobin, Bracalo, Encino, and Thousand Oaks. So they're a little more clustered than, the first year we were kind of, all over the place because we wanted to see a library that really needed update. So we were looking at all different kinds of libraries versus geographically. And so those are the ones we're going to see. So if any of you would like to join us, let me know. And I already talked about those things. Does anybody have any questions?
Questions for Amy? Amy, I have a question for you. I know you stated that every year you try to pick each school in each city council district. Do you alternate schools in each council district also?
Yeah, typically, yes. So what we do is we look at the reading comprehension testing data, and we pick schools at the bottom because they need us the most. Then our program manager will contact a few of those schools, and then from there we really work with the ones who are the most responsive and want us to come. Because sometimes when we contact schools, they don't call us back, we don't hear from them, all of that. So there are a couple of schools that we have done multiple years. We do stick with St. Mary Magdalene because they're not a part of a big district. When we want to pilot things or try crazy things or bring in therapy dogs reading therapy dogs to lay down with the kids, whenever we get some kind of crazy idea, it's going to be farm animals next, by the way, their principal is like, all right, Amy, bring it on. Let's do it. Let's see how it works. And so they're kind of our test case. So we keep them year over year. We've been with them now. Next year will be our 3rd year with them. But other than that, we've not stayed with the same school 2 years in a row ever. So.
Well, I just want to make a comment, a great update. Thank you so much, not only for the fundraising work that you're doing, but also the outreach. It's really impactful, and I love this. I know it's going to be crazy, but I love the caravan work that you all do, and I will just say, after seeing it year over year, these kids have access to a school library, but for whatever reason, when they get on that caravan, it's like their eyes are wide and they're just like picking out books. It's really awesome. So it's very inspirational.
Yeah, they love it. They love it. And you get on there and sometimes you go, well, it's an RV. It's great. There are games and puppets and smart boards. But yeah, they really get excited. They really get excited.
They do, yeah. So thank you so much.
Cool.
Okay, and next, a report from the Friends of the San Antonio Public Library.
Good afternoon, trustees. And of course, we were at the book festival, as you all heard, and we cannot thank the book festival enough for the opportunity it gives the Friends. We had an outstanding day, and thank you, Jasprit, because she turned into one of my best salespeople out there signing up people to be new members, and we had an excellent day. We got 27 new members. We sold over 116 Fiesta medals. I made Scott run upstairs to get more medals for me. I emptied out the bookseller's medal collection, so it was incredible. And as part of our promotion that day, we were encouraging people to go to the bookseller, and that day they made over $3,400. So, in fact, I know people that went down there and they finally left because the line was too long. So it was incredible to see all the book lovers out, and so yes, we're looking forward to next year's book festival. And also another lucky fortune for us, we have been able to do some creative accounting and bookkeeping to where we have been able to finally fulfill our, move our timetable up on fulfilling the donation plan for all the branches and their friends groups this year. So at our last meeting with Kathy and Haley, we presented a check for $65,000 to get all those programs that they want to do this year funded, and so they don't have to wait for us on that. And so we were excited that we can do that.
Awesome.
And the last thing is our next board meeting is on May 19th, and it'll be at Pan American, and we'd love to see you all there. So, any questions? Okay.
Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Next, we'll have a staff report, update regarding the San Antonio Public Library's Corazone collection.
Good evening, trustees. Let's see if I can point this at me here. It's sliding, so I'm going to hold on to it. I'm here to finally give you an update on the success of the Corazone collection. I wanted to quickly give a little bit of background for the benefit of Trustee Valdez-Hernandez, since this launched on February 14th. The background is that we identified about 115 titles. These are books that the community essentially chose because they've been perennially popular over the years. It's nothing. All of them have to be more than a year old, so we're not looking at like flash in the pan books. And we purchased all 115 copies for all 29 branch locations so that they would all have them available really all the time. They will be requestable but not floating, so they will always return to their home library when they've been returned. When possible, we bought everything in Spanish and other formats. Obviously, some of the titles just haven't been translated, so it's not comprehensive, but it's a good number. The numbers, I should mention real quickly, the slide presentation has, has pictures of the actual marketing and design work that the library did. So like these buttons were designed by the communications marketing team under Scott. And on some of the next slides, you'll see some of the beautiful presentations that Sarah Lindley and the Access Services team did here at Central. First off, the big number that jumped out at me when I was looking at these numbers, every day I get a report of how this collection's doing. And within the first month, 73% of all 3,100 plus books got checked out or were in use at that time, which is pretty incredible. It's sort of comparable to our Express collection, especially the most popular items on the Express collection. So that's 2,300 some odd books that were used for a total of 3,500 checkouts. Remind you, this is just physical circulation to more than 2,600 unique patrons around the city, which I think is pretty cool. And I should note that this does not include numbers tied to Las Palmas, since they've been closed for the duration. Oh, none of my numbers include Las Palmas because those things are sort of on ice until Las Palmas reopens. We sent a number of them to the interim site, and they've been getting borrowed from there, but it's not the full collection because they don't have the room. Out of the 115 titles, 8 of them have already circulated more than 50 times. As you can imagine, a couple of these are children's books, so they tend to change hands pretty quickly. Sorry, let me pull up the number. And those titles include some of the things like A Court of Thorn and Roses, which I believe is Y Young Adult, Lessons in Chemistry, and I guess because it's on streaming right now, All the Light We Cannot See. So it's some good titles in there. 98 titles out of the 115 have already circulated 25 or more times, which is also very awesome. That means that these books have holds on them, they have wait lists, so people are bringing them back after the initial checkout period as opposed to keeping them for months and months and months. And then lastly, I just wanted to highlight some of the positive community feedback we've been getting. We've been seeing from people's posts that they identify themselves in the collection that we've created, that they see things that have been on their reading bucket list for maybe a couple of years and weren't able to get it when the book initially came out, but now we bought so many more physical copies, they can do that. And I would have included this in a slide, but actually, I didn't get the numbers totally confirmed until about 15 minutes ago for our digital circulation, since that was something you asked about last time. And obviously, we have many more copies of digital items. You know, we may have 100 books or 100 simultaneous use books. So while we had about 2,600 checkouts for this, we had over 26,000 checkouts for the digital over the same time period, actually over the first 8 weeks of the collection being available. So that's, I don't know, that's pretty awesome. And that's the end of my presentation.
Is that 26,000 included in our digital access goal, which is in here? Is that an all-inclusive number, or?
It should be, yeah. And that, I should point out that the trend there is that e-audio definitely outdid the e-book. So we had about close to 8,000 e-audio checkouts compared to about 6,700 of the adult, just looking at adult fiction.
I wonder, this is probably more of a question for Kathy, but I wonder if the Corazone collection for the next few months for the next few months, can it be added to the director's report? Because I think it's really interesting to see how it's performing.
Yes.
Sorry, I forgot one more thing for Trustee Valdez-Hernandez. We do have an annual review process, so the collection will be looked at every summer, again for a February 14th release, to see which items maybe we want to retire off of the list and make room for more titles that have been even more popular in the recent year. So there's also a chance that we'll grow the collection and look at things like multimedia as an option. So right now it's strictly books, but you know, CDs, movies may be part of our future. That's it. Thank you.
Great update. Next, we will have a staff report regarding the San Antonio Public Library's Learn at Central Library program. Dale, are you going to? Okay, thank you.
No, I'm just speaking very quickly. So I would just like to introduce Michelle Rickman. She's a program manager for Learn at San Antonio Public Library. That's all the locations. She's going to talk to you a little bit about Learn at San Antonio Public Library in general, and then specifically here at the Central Library. Michelle has worked for the library for 9 years now and is just a fantastic employee, and I think you'll enjoy and learn from her brief presentation. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me here. I am, like Dale said, presenting on behalf of Learn at SAPL. So that's not just me. That's, as of Monday, 15 staff members. I could talk about this all day, but since I consider the day to be done, I will not be doing that. But after I'm finished, I'd invite you to ask any questions. I heard someone mention our program specifically, so I'd love to hear more. I'd love to answer those, and I also have our Learn at Central manager, Kate Prazak, here to answer any specific questions about this location. Learn at SAPL is an adult education program that provides individualized job support and computer training. And we're very proud of that. We came up with that as a staff after hours of brainstorming, but we want it to be succinct and something you can easily tell people about. In front of you, you should have our brochure. This is for two reasons. One, because it's beautiful. Shout out to our communications team. And second, I'd love for you to take it with you after today. Hopefully you learn enough to tell someone else about it. Don't keep it. Hand it off to someone you know, a friend, family member, client, colleague, someone you're mentoring. Hopefully you can think of someone that could benefit from our services. We perform our work through walk-in primarily, also small groups and individualized service. And this is kind of a visual of what that might look like. At the top, we have clients, I should say patrons from Carver Library participating in an iPad training group. I really like this photo because I feel like even under the mask, you can see that people are delighted and engaged with their learning. Learning should be fun. We also do this through self-guided study. So of course, we have all your library resources at our fingertips, and we want to tell people about those, recommend, suggest, research alongside them. And then to your right, you see one of our librarians here, Angelina, helping one-on-one, helping a patron go through a job application on the computer. Sorry, it stuttered there. Back. All right, we have 7 Learn Centers. And of course, I'm talking primarily today about Central, but we have one on the near west side at Bazan. We have one on the east side at Carver. We have one out by Lackland at Johnston, McCreeless on the southeast side, Memorial by St. Mary's, and Westfall. So we're all spread out throughout the city. As a program, it started at the end of 2014, so we're coming up on 10 years, and Central's open for full services in April, so with the reopening. You might recognize this location. We're here in this building on the 5th floor. I like this photo because it shows our staff dedication. The sun is literally setting while we're providing service. This used to be the Jobs and Small Business Center. So it's a very similar setup. We're providing digital literacy services in that space. And you can see kind of towards the windows some large tables we used for the group work. What we're doing every day is working on these skill gains. So patrons come in with a goal they're striving towards, and this is what we're helping them with, learn the skills to get there. We do a lot of the online job search capabilities, not just job search and applications, but also any kind of digital application, for instance, applying for food stamps or other benefits, recertifying, getting on the SAHA housing list, or Opportunity Home now, any kind of financial assistance, everything, I don't have to tell you, everything is online. And it can be a struggle if that's not something you use every day or ever. So we're here to help people, to work alongside them to get that done and learn those skills so it's a little bit easier next time. We also help with business communication, anything to do with getting that job, resumes, believe it or not, even jobs that don't require you to use a computer every day. Some of those still ask for a resume, so we're helping people learn how to use Microsoft Word, how to put all of their rich experience onto that paper and represent themselves well. We do a lot of resource referral, which I'm going to talk about on the next slide. In general information literacy, which of course all library staffers do. We do primarily using digital tools, and personal device use. So if someone has a device they're trying to use for any of these purposes, or maybe they're trying to check out the Corazone collection, we can help them with that. All right, these are some photos from the 5th floor. On your left is a stack of zines. You have a few of those in front of you too. Everyone may have received a different one in your packet. There's a whole committee here that comes up with these zines. They're supposed to be really accessible and visual for patrons to take home for that resourcing. One thing they do here on the 5th floor that I really love is they've dedicated a whole, I feel like it's a football length, it's not that long, a very long table to resources, and they have those for people to take, to copy, to take a photo of. This is just a small picture of some food and shelter resources. And then of course we have your classic jobs or community board where we share information among all the branches that patrons might need. We want to feature some programs that are here at Central, so we try to do what the community is asking for. So here at Central, on your right, we have one of our training officers, Denise, in the middle of tech time, where she's helping a patron on her laptop. In the middle, one of our library assistants, Frank, is starting a leadership book club. So this is the first book in that series. And on your left is Bree, our library assistant, and Daniel, our training officer, preparing for their bilingual computers and creative learning program. I wanted to end today with a few success stories. So these are things patrons have literally written down about our staff, and I never get tired of seeing these. I also had a few to read out loud that were submitted to me that are maybe more speaking to the life cycle of a Learn patron. So while you read those, I'm also going to inundate you with more stories, and then I'll be done and ready for questions. So this is written by Denise. One of Learn's now regular patrons came in for the first time without ever having used a mobile device. He is now able to navigate his Android tablet and order groceries via the Walmart app. 2 Learn patrons who staff assisted in finding employment returned to visit the Learn team this month. One works for the Baptist Health System and came in for assistance in completing an application for a job promotion. Another, after months of trying to get into the Frost Bank system, was able to gain employment at USAA. After 6 weeks of training, he came by to visit the team and let staff know how much he is enjoying his new role. And our second story is about one specific patron, and this was submitted by another of our staffers, Daniel. Jack was let go from his medical industry job when he sought help at Learn to revamp his resume and apply for jobs. He also participated in our bilingual creative computer class and worked on his digital literacy skills. One of the first jobs Jack acquired was working at McDonald's. During this time, he kept coming back to Learn to keep learning, update his resume, and cover letters. Within a couple of weeks, Jack received another job opportunity in the medical field. At the same time, he was interviewing for a position with Centro San Antonio. When he was offered the job with Centro, Jack chose to take that job over the one in the medical field. Because of Jack's customer service and experience, he was quickly promoted within Centro to the position of homeless liaison. Jack knew that he could make a greater impact on his community in this position. Periodically, Jack stops by to visit us and share a story from his work or to share a poem that he has been working on. Sometimes he drops by for assistance with a mobile device. Most recently, he stopped by to let us know that he will be representing Centro on a float during the 2024 Texas Cavaliers River Parade. We are honored to work with him and happy that he came to Learn to share the news with the team. My pleasure.
Any questions?
I do have a question. In the future, will they be expanding to other libraries?
Yes, I hope so. I don't know for sure. What I know for sure is that every time a bond project comes up or a library comes under renovation, we seem to sneak in there. So it started with 4, and now we've expanded to 7. So Central's the newest one of that group.
I was just alluding to earlier the Ready to Work program that the city offers, and do you offer assistance to patrons to apply for that as well through?
Certainly. So yeah, it's an online interest form, and we do, on our boards, we have all their swag, and so we definitely tell people about it. It's a specific program, right, for a specific person, so we get to know patrons a little bit and see what their need is, and that's definitely one program we refer them to.
Not exactly adding to that, Judy, but I just think when this program was created out of whole cloth, like nothing like it existed anywhere, we really surveyed all that was available in the community already, and Learn was developed, and then Michelle and the other staff have done a fantastic job of making this better and better. It was really designed to fill in the gaps. So for example, if you're going to community college and working on your GED, as you all may know, you have no access to the teacher outside of class. Like that's it, you go to the class and then that's it. Where that person can come and say, I need a little more help, that's where Learn can fill in. And then of course, maybe you're working on your GED, but you kind of need a job right now. And that's, again, in your GED class at the community college, they're not going to help you get a job. the teacher has to focus on what they're teaching. So I just think it's really a fantastic thing that really just started with an idea, and the staff, Michelle, the training officers, and others have, made it into this real life thing that's just helping people in creative ways every day.
I really love the job training aspect of that. Do we measure formally like success rates? I know you have a lot of success stories, but anything that formally says, follow-ups of how many patrons we assisted and how many actually turned into jobs?
Yeah, we certainly have gotten better at tracking over time. We certainly track how many people we're serving in a day, what they're working on, how long they stayed, so we're getting some of those metrics. We don't have, I wouldn't say we have numbers for that final outcome, but we have qualitative. We kind of like in the stories I shared, people come back. It might not be right away, but we see them come back over time and say, oh, you haven't seen me for 6 months because I've been working. But yeah, I would love to think about how we could more formally.
I would love to see that, as well as as the program grows, and hopefully it will grow, to see performance measures, because I think it would be important.
How long has the program, when did it start?
Yeah, so the first one's opened at the very end of 2014. So we're completing we're almost at that 10-year mark.
And I know Andrea, kind of with Andrea's question, do you know the ages? Like, is it more young people that use it or older people?
Yeah, so that's something we specifically, we don't track, right? We don't track that. But I will say we see people in transitions. So it could look like a lot of different things. We have a category of people, I would say, that are between jobs. So they're in the job market, they've been in the workforce for a while, and maybe they've been let go after a long time, or they're just kind of perpetually switching jobs. So we see that segment of people. Some of our technology users, I would say, trend a little older because they didn't catch that boat when it first started. They thought, oh, I won't need this, and here they are. But that doesn't hold for everyone. There's no one specific person because we do a lot of different things. It's both job training and computer support. So different categories fall into both of those.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. That was a wonderful update. Oh, you had a question.
I don't have a question. I just wanted to say I'm incredibly excited to see staff and resources being dedicated to a program like this. I think it definitely fills an empty space in the community. So thank you.
Thank you for saying that. Yeah, we have amazing staff. All right. Thank you.
Next, we'll receive an update on fiscal year 2025 budget development process and take the appropriate action.
I was enjoying Michelle's presentation so much I forgot I had to talk about budget. Here we are. Okay, so as we've shared with the Budget Committee, as they've started meeting the last couple of months, and then with the board as part of the report from the Budget Committee, the outlook for fiscal 2025 is a little bit different than it's been the last few years. It's a little more austere, is a good word for it, because as previously reported, the city has done an excellent job both securing federal funds, during the pandemic and since, and then programming and expending those funds. So for the last several years, there's been an infusion of these federal dollars, but now those are kind of in the rearview mirror. So moving forward, we'll need to maintain that structural balance of the budget without so much infusion of those federal dollars. So what that's looking like for the process now is to, as the city managers put it, kind of flex that efficiency muscle again, make sure we're really scrubbing the types of programs we're doing, but also how we're doing them to ensure that we're efficient. And if there are any savings that can be identified, they want us to put that on the table as part of the budget process. So what we've been asked to do is deliver to the budget office 3 program efficiencies. This is actually due tomorrow, but we're in good shape, and I'll share with you what we're proposing. That produce recurring savings in fiscal 25 and beyond. So what that means is not something that would just be a one-time savings, but something that would be a savings in our base budget. There is no hard target for the amount of savings. It is simply just 3 program efficiencies. There's not a percentage of your budget that you have to do or a certain amount. And so we're proposing 3 efficiencies, and this is just for awareness for the board. We did present these to the budget committee, which they were supportive of these, but we're just letting you know for awareness that we're submitting 3 in answer to this request. And those 3 program efficiencies have no negative effect to equity. They have no negative effect to performance measures. It won't reduce any performance measures in terms of what outcomes we get from these programs, and they are not service reductions. We felt very, very strongly that we could look and scrub things and find efficiencies, but without having those negative effects to equity performance measures or any type of service cut. We want to avoid that. So what we are going forward with tomorrow is 3 different areas. So I'll share with you that the budget is organized into programs for the library. We have 10, and so you can see that the first column is priority. And to be honest, we just rank them in terms of largest amount to smallest amount, for lack of any better way to do it. The programs that are affected, so the first one we'll talk about affects just the administrative program for the library. The second one is in the area of library collections and materials, and then the third one is in the programmatic area of technology. So specifically what those are is first, you may recall that a couple years ago, we had taken some this is an oxymoron, but long-term temporary positions, and we had been contracting with 5.5 full-time equivalents positions through a temp agency for certain of our services within the administrative program of the library, more specifically communications. So we had for many years had contract temps doing those roles that we hired through the contract temp agency, and you pay a markup for that. So the primary driver, quite frankly, of this change was obviously these aren't temporary needs, these are permanent needs, but we kept fulfilling it with temps. And that's not really fair to the employee because, you know, they're never a full city employee, they're not getting benefits, all of that. And also, it was a more expensive way to do it because of the markup for contract temps. So we're reaping.
So was this a permanent change that was made?
It was a permanent
change. The head count has been added to our overall plan now. So if one of them leaves, we'll replace them? Is that
That's
the idea?
correct.
Okay.
So what we did was we converted that to permanent positions. So we got authorized position counts, and those are part of our personnel complement. Yes. So that was a permanent change. It converted temps to permanent positions, and that allowed us this year to recognize that efficiency in our budget. So this is reaping the benefit of something we actually did a couple of years ago, but this is reflecting it in the budget as a cost savings. And yes, so to just Breed's point, those are now permanent positions, so they're filled, but if somebody leaves, then we post it like a typical city job to fill it. So that's a cost savings. You can see in the savings amount column, that's a cost savings of almost $130,000 to our base budget. I know it gets a little confusing, those columns, but the best one to really look at is the savings amount. That's what we're really focused on, which is what would be saved in the fiscal 25 budget. The second,
before you
yes,
go
ma'am.
through each of them at length, just a quick question, have you already worked with the city manager, the assistant city manager, to review this, or is that a process that still needs to be made?
No, I have reviewed it with Mr. McCary.
Okay, so this is the proposed savings, and is this an action item for us?
It isn't an action item for you. Since it's no reduction to services, we were treating it as an administrative item.
Okay, great.
Yeah, but it's for awareness that we're
Okay.
going to fulfill the request.
Okay, thanks. I wanted everyone to know whether they needed to prepare their questions or not.
Absolutely. So the second one is a business process improvement. So as you know, for our physical materials, in order for them to be available to be checked out through self-check, we apply RFID tags to each physical material. That's what the system reads when you go to scan it at the self-check, or for us to check it out for you at the desk, and it shows it as checked out. We apply these to all the physical materials. We were through Adam Zaby's group. They were looking at that process particularly for media, and we were tagging both the media item and the case that holds it. So let's say it's a DVD. We would tag the DVD itself and the case. We have found that there is no need to tag the case. We might lose one here and there, but it's really not an overwhelming need to do that on the case. You're not checking out the case per se, you're checking out the material. And then also what we found is that it actually, by having two tags in there, it kind of interferes with each other when you want to use the self-check. So this both reduces the number of tags that we have to apply, and it also improves potentially reducing the number of errors when you self-check. So that one is a savings of about $50,000. And then the last one is through the creativity of our team. We had two software systems that we were purchasing a license to use on an ongoing basis that we now no longer need. One, because it's part of native functionality of one of our bigger systems, and then the other because we replicated what we needed to do through a software that's available to us as an enterprise system, so we don't have to pay for this separate software. So it's kind of just scrubbing what we're paying for software. We found these two systems we don't need to pay for anymore because we do it other ways, and that's a savings of almost $50,000. So in total, the three program efficiencies that we'll be submitting tomorrow, I believe it is $227,262 to our base budget. So we just wanted to share that update with the board.
Could I ask what departments the 5.5 FTEs are in or were in? Or?
All of those temps were in communications, yes.
Great. I think it's a good exercise, even when the city manager is not asking for money, for us to look for these redundancies. So I think that's a great muscle. Josie, did you have a question?
Just curious, did you have a goal going into it, an amount that you wanted to?
It was really hard not having a target. It's like, will it be enough? We don't know. My just arbitrary goal in my mind was $250,000. Because that just felt significant to me, but that's totally just a gut thing. We have done a lot of efficiencies over the years. So I'm not saying other departments have more float than we do. I'm not saying that, Mr. McCary. But it just feels like we've done a lot of efficiencies over the years. So to me, this felt successful, this amount.
Thank you for the update, Kathy. And I'll just note, Sydney, this was marked as an action item, but there's no action, so you know. Next, we'll review and consider the approval of the San Antonio Public Library's emergency closure policy. And the policy is actually in your packet. It's this purple one, if you want to grab that while Dale gives us an overview.
Yes, good evening, Madam Chair, trustees, interim library director. I am here to bring this to you from the Ad Hoc Policy Review Committee. So we do have an existing policy, location emergency closure policy. And part of what the Ad Hoc Policy Committee is doing is keeping us more up to date on the policies maybe than we had been for a while. So this policy came up for review, and I'm going to tell you a little bit about the proposed policy. Oh, I'm like pausing to give Edward time to move the slides when I'm supposed to be the one doing it. So, because I'm sure he was thinking, well, what are you rattling on about? So the existing policy is not that old. It was adopted by this board in February of 2018. In the review, we have this forum, I guess, electronic forum for staff where they can ask questions. And someone had asked about relative humidity and, working when the relative humidity was too high. So we carefully look at all those things that come up there. We actually did some review with the city's Office of Risk Management, and they felt that we really should have relative humidity as a consideration. So really, we developed a policy to respond to that. Then when we went to the committee, Trustee Judy Cruz, said, well, don't you close if there's a lockdown? And you don't say anything about that. So that was a fantastic addition, and I think that really shows, I just am saying that as an example of why I think staff and trustees working together, is so advantageous, because you see things from different perspectives. So what I'm going to do is, since you have the paper policy, I'm going to focus on just a couple things. I thought trying to project it on the screen and you trying to read it on the screen was just too much. And this is the way we've presented these policies in the past, is with a written form as well. So what I'm going to do is focus on what's changed. So on the first page, page 1, in the definition sections, one of the definitions says out of range relative humidity. And it says main service areas should always maintain a humidity between 55 and 65%, and so on. And then it says, what we would do if the relative humidity is out of that range. Now, of course, in San Antonio, I don't think we have to worry too much about the relative humidity being below 55%. That is not a thing I've ever experienced in San Antonio. I don't know, the staff might be happy about that instead of sad. When it says after 1 hour, that's when the staff would report to us, there's a problem here. Generally, as you would know, that would be because the air conditioner is not working, and generally it would also be hot. So probably, we haven't had a situation before where the relative humidity would be out of this range when the temperature wasn't, but we really wanted to express to everyone involved that we do care about the relative humidity. Speaking practically, not as a policy matter, the branches do have I'm trying to say temperature gauge, thermometer, there's the word I'm looking for, and that thermometer also has a hygrometer. So they are able, it's not like we're going to say this and then there's no way for them to know what the relative humidity is. That's already possible. And then the other thing, so then it mentions relative humidity later in the policy as well. The other part that's new is on page 3, letter D, is the section that we added to respond to lockdowns. This is something that we have done, not often, but I can think of an occasion at Collins Garden, I can think of one at San Pedro, where the police the SAPD has asked us to have a lockdown in the building. And I think it's great that we're adding this to the policy because, for example, the city attorney's office was able to give us some input. I didn't know this, but I learned that in a lockdown situation, we can lock the building and not let anyone in, but if people ask to leave, we have to let them leave. So this gives, staff that kind of information that they wouldn't have otherwise had. So those are the changes. I'd be happy, of course, to answer questions, talk to you about how we implement the policy, but as you can see on the slide, we are recommending that you approve the emergency closure policy as presented. So that's my presentation.
I wanted to ask about, I didn't notice it, but and I skimmed through it, but the emergency closure for libraries without sufficient staff, because the period now has 2 nights.
Right. So this policy specifically doesn't address closure from lack of staff. So I want to mention 2 things. One is that to our knowledge, in the libraries operated by library staff, other than some kind of catastrophic event, we've never really had a situation where we didn't have a librarian in charge and someone else. We don't open a library when there's only 1 employee, right? There has to be at least 2 people for safety and security and so on. And one of those people has to be, someone who's able to make decisions. It was the direction we were given, I guess I'll just say, by Ramiro, to deal with those things as so outside the bounds of normal that he didn't really want it to be in this policy. We could, of course, consider that. Now, with Molly Pruitt, it's a little bit different situation. So Molly Pruitt, the staff are employees of NEISD. So what has happened recently is after they've changed their hours so that they're open till 9 o'clock, they have a vacancy, or maybe 2. Do you know how much? Is it just 1 vacancy?
3 vacancies.
They have 3 vacancies, okay. So they have 3 vacant positions, and they can only fill that with substitutes, NEISD substitutes. Well, of course, as you might guess, there aren't a lot of substitutes that want to work until 9 o'clock at night. So I think as they get those positions filled, they're not going to have that problem. They're going to be able to fill those positions with people who want to work till 9 o'clock at night because that's the hours. So I think this is just going to be temporary. If we had a way to fill in for them, I think we could do that. But because they're school district employees and not city employees, that's the challenge we're facing at Molly Pruitt.
Question, the person in charge, who is that?
The person in charge is a librarian 3, or a librarian 2, or a librarian 1, or in brief instances it could be up to 4 hours, but it very rarely would be a library assistant. So really, it's a person who can make decisions.
I've heard the term librarian in charge in other discussions. Would that not be more appropriate here?
We've started, in general, using the term person in charge to acknowledge that it could be a library assistant. And also, sometimes at the central library, it might be someone whose title isn't librarian. So it's really just a little bit more accurate. Generally, it is a librarian, but not 100% of the time.
The reason it's a little confusing to me, but I'm happy to accept it if this isn't confusing for staff, is that there's also a person in charge, like the director or their delegate. So like if Kathy goes out of town, or she has a person in charge, right, as well?
I think we would usually say executive in charge.
Yes.
Is it a different acronym?
Yes, and exactly what you're talking about, just we did heartily debate among the staff team, and so we did land on the broader term person in charge.
Okay.
So it subsumes librarians in charge, but it can be other people, as Dale.
Sure, yeah, that makes sense, but I think then maybe you need to have an executive in charge as well as a term that's used, because then you say for the closing authority that the library director or director's delegate, and I just think that could be confusing, right, in terms of like the official, I am out of the office, please contact this person who is my executive in charge, as opposed to just one of your staff, your executive team, saying like, oh, I can operate on behalf of the director. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah, I think it does. If we want it, I mean, it's something we could consider changing. I will say director or director's delegate is used in a lot of our policies with the very clear meaning that it's the director, it is the director, or if the director has delegated it to another person, it would be that person. So that's something we've used consistently. That doesn't mean we couldn't say something different.
I think that was just a suggestion.
I have a question. And just to clarify.
Sure.
The emergency closure policy is for patrons and staff, correct?
Well, it would.
For the safety of the patrons and the safety of the staff.
Oh, right. You're saying we would consider, the reasons we would consider closing takes into account, yes. I would say that's true. It does take into account patrons and staff. When it's really hot inside the library, we definitely find some patrons don't really seem to care. So in a way, maybe we're taking into account the staff more because they're there for, 8 work hours where the public can come and go.
And that's why I was going down to the outer range temperature. So it says that it does not apply to staff areas.
Right.
So if the AC goes off in the staff area, but in the main, it's 80-some, aren't we putting in jeopardy the staff areas because their area is hot because they have no AC, especially in July, that's 100 and some degrees?
Sure. So if the temperature's higher in the staff area, we just direct the staff to work from the public part of the library. What we're trying to do in balance here, and it's a great question, and I very much appreciate the concern there. We're just really trying to make sure we're closing to the public as little as possible. And the other thing we do as we do this is we talk to the staff, and there definitely are times that it's a little higher, usually higher, not colder, than these out-of-range temperatures, but the staff will say, no, we don't want to close. But that's what we do in those cases.
So would that be the staff, or would that be the person in charge of that branch making that decision? So do they, for example, if the staff is saying it's too hot, no, but the person in charge says, look, we can push through this, we need to keep it open, so there's a...
No, it really is I can't say in every single instance, but what we direct the supervisors to do is to really talk with the staff, and no, not to just say, it's me, I think we can do it, not that. We're not looking for that.
Well, and also one thing that we do is if we're having a particular issue at a location, so first, again, just repeating just very briefly what Dale said, The reason that we don't necessarily include the staff areas in the policy is just because we have an alternative for staff. They can work in the public area, but you can't really do the reverse, right? And then with respect to any staff that may have particular sensitivity to heat, even if we're not closing, in some circumstances, if a staff member expresses a concern for themselves, we allow them to work somewhere else or adjust their schedule, or we work with them. So we definitely are not in the business of forcing people, to stay and work if they have, maybe they're particularly sensitive to heat.
Yeah, that's actually the first thing we always remind the person in charge is ask your staff, does anyone have any health concern, even concern, not issue, just concern, in which case we can easily direct them to work at another location.
Dale, one last thing, the lockdown definition, which is really great. Another suggestion I have is to move that up under section A, or move it up and make it number B and then replicate those down, just because you're describing the conditions that may require an emergency closure, and I believe the lockdown is one of those conditions. So just more of an administrative thing. I don't think that would affect us, like signing off, taking action on the policy, but just more of like the ordering of the sections.
That's a little embarrassing, because those definitions are supposed to be in what? Alphabetical order, and they're clearly not. So I don't know how that changed. They were in alphabetical order at one point.
That's okay, I wasn't talking about the definition.
Oh, I see.
I was actually talking about the section D, but I think just the ordering of both of them for future consumption would just make it easier.
So can you, I'm sorry, I'm not sure I'm following, move up section
D, which is, to be either a bullet under A with the definition, or you could make it its own section and then just make B.
Right.
Okay, so maybe we'll just move up the whole section. Okay.
Right.
And Dale has already recognized that the lockdown definition is out of alphabetical.
Well, yeah, just the definitions got somehow in the, I don't know how that happened.
And just, Bree, would it be responsive to the other suggestion you made if we were to put under the definitions director's delegate and then indicate executive in charge?
I think that would help for future
definition.
Because in the event of some emergency, I think it's good to have like a very clear line of like out of 3 or 4 people who is going to make the ultimate call.
Absolutely. Okay.
But again, I don't think that any of these changes would affect our acceptance of the policy. We'll just notate in the motion that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, Christina, you would agree, right, that these changes are, small enough that you could definitely take action tonight. And
So I'll entertain a motion to accept the emergency closure policy.
I'll move to accept the emergency closure policy with the minor organizational and word changes.
I'll second. First from Judy and a second from Josie. And all those in favor, say aye. Aye. And any opposed? Okay, thank you. Next, we will we're going to go into executive session to discuss the ILA agreement with Bear County. Let me get my little cheat sheet here on what I need to say. The Board of Trustees of the San Antonio Public Library will begin its executive session pursuant to Government Code Section 551.071, consultation with attorney, and Texas Government Code Section 551.074, personnel matters, on the 24th day of April 2024 at 6:45 p.m. Library has completed its executive session on the 24th day of April 2024 at 8:28 p.m. The Board of Trustees of the San Antonio Public Library will now resume its open session. No action was taken. Final order of business for tonight is to review and consider the job description for the library director as recommended by the Ad hoc Library Executive Search Committee and take appropriate action. And I'll just point you all to the packet at your desk that has the proposed job description, and I think, is it also up behind me? No, it's not. Okay. So I'll entertain a motion. Anyone made one?
I'll make a motion to approve the library description, or I'm sorry, the job description for the library director.
Seconds. Who was that? You, Marcy? Okay, thank you. So we have a first from Judy and a second from Marcy. Any discussion or questions? Okay, all those in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, the motion passes. And I will entertain a motion for adjournment. All right, I don't think we need to vote on that. We're adjourned. Thank you.
My poor children are like bending for themselves.